Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. We get to start off today's stream with a Nell Hexuro. These always break my brain because we get to do hexagon sudoku, and I get to show you how bad I am at hexagon sudoku, but it's okay. We can be bad at it together. And then after that, I have an idea for a Philomeno puzzle that we're going to attempt to make together, somewhat related to the previous one, but not quite the same. So I am interested to play with that with all of you as well. Alrighty, so as always, we begin with the most voted on puzzle by supporters who support at the voting level. And so this puzzle was voted for by David, Plonktime, Maze Gator, Russ, AFK, Nell, and Luda. So thank you all for your support. Let us attempt to figure this out. So we have normal Kakuru rule supply. So each empty cell gets a digit. That is not the black ones. Digits can't repeat within a group of cells on the same axis up until you get to a black circle. So I think this digit can be the same as these, right? Yeah. The black clues are the sum. So these two sum to 9. These sum to 20. And the German whispers are usual German whispers, so they mean the digits along them need to be separated by at least 5. So let's start with considering this trio of digits. Or maybe really only this pair of digits, because this is a pair of digits that differ by at least 5. Before someone comes in and tells me that there's a corner, that would be great. I would do that. I have been practicing all my simple loop tech. There's a guide that was posted in the zetamath Discord that I've been slowly going through by score. I'm trying to understand the whole like bouncing idea, but I know that's not going to help us here. So these are 1-8 or 2-7. Yes, we do have the creator in chat, so that is cool. Let's see. 27 and 6 is maybe exciting. Let's see. 29 and 5. This 29 and 5 actually is probably pretty restricted. Oh, these two are both on the 15, is what Garion is pointing out. So if these are both high, that is tricky, because if this is, say, a 7 or 8, then this is still at least 6. So this would only be able to be a 1 or a 2. But oh, this 9 is interesting too, actually. Yeah, and so if they're both low, then the most I could get, I can't put a 4 in either of these spots because that can't be a 9. So the most I could get is, say, 3, 2, which is 5 and 10. So yeah, I can't get to 15 if they're low at all. So actually this has to be high, which means this has to be low, which means this has to be high. Now this can't be a 9 because, or even an 8 actually, because these two can't already sum to 15. In fact, this can't actually even be a 7. Because of the fact that this is a 7 or 8, and 7 plus 8 is 15. So if this is a 7 or 8, that would be too much. So this is a 6, and we can bring out Zach for our 6C dance. Boop boop doop, wop 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 wop, boop boop doop, wop 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 wop, boop 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 boop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So 6 only goes next to 1, and 1 plus 8 is 9, and 8 plus 6 is 14, plus 1 is 15. So that's all well and good, I suppose. These two don't have 1 or 6 on them is kind of interesting, and especially given... oh, maybe I should actually look at this 15 clue. So if this were 6 plus 7, this would be a 2. Okay, so this digit can only be 1 or 2. This can't be 9. That is also interesting, just because of the math on that that 15 clue there. This 9 is very interesting. Because it certainly makes me want both of these to be low. The highest you can possibly put on a 9 is a 6. You can't put 5 on a Whispers. You can't put 6 here ever because it would be next to 2 1s. You can't put 4 there either. Let's see. Yeah, so these are definitely high in any event, so I can might as well mark that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. There would never be hexagons. The 29. The 29 diagonal. Sorry, when I kept seeing 2 9 is forced, and I was looking for an 11 sum because I was like, there must be a 2-cell sum to 11 I'm not seeing. But no, literally, Martin was saying the 29 sum. I feel like these puzzles would already be challenging for me if the goal was circle all the clues. Okay, so if we did this, these could be 17 and 3 is 20. Then this would be, I guess, these 3 together are at most 24 is the point, because it's at most 3 different high digits. So those would have to be 24 plus 3 plus 2. So yeah, so this has to be the 3. This has to be the 2. 3 only goes next to 8 and 9, which makes that a 7. So those are 8 and 9. That is what you have to do. So this is only able to be a 2 now because it's next to 7 and it isn't a 1. This is a 7, 8, or 9, and it doesn't, I think, see that 7 by Sudoku. 3 doesn't go with 6 anymore along this 9 sum. Let's see. The only digits left for this are 3, 4, 8, and 9. I'm going to go ahead and record for the future. This digit, interestingly, can't be an 8 or 9 because it sees this 8-9 pair through the world of weirdness. These can't be 3 anymore. So these are either 2, 4, or 1, 5. Oh, this can't be 2, actually. If you look at that 2, that sees that cell. So this isn't 2. This is 1 or 4. And so 1 or 4 go with 5 and 2 over here to make that sum work. So we've got that. Let's see, if this is a 4, that's a 9, which would make that a 9. Oh, there's a 7, 8, 9 triple on this, Garian points out. So 7, 8, 9 sums to 24, plus 1 is 25. That means these two add to 6. So they're either 1, 5 or 2, 4, and they're the other one of this 1, 5 and 2, 4. So these are like a bizarre quadruple. Oh, this diagonal has a 1 on it. How about that? So these aren't 1, 5, they're 2, 4. And now this cell sees the 2, 4 pair, so it's a 5, and therefore that's a 1. And this 2, 4 pair also sees that cell, so that cell can't be a 4. Okay. If this is an 8, 9, then the only option for this is 2, 7. Because we'd need to use a high digit and we couldn't use a 1. So if this is the 8 or 9, then these are forced to be 2, 7, which is kind of interesting. That's probably true somewhere else as well if I pay close attention to where all the 1s and 2s and everything are. Okay. Okay, so this number is at least 3. Just because it's not 1 or 2. Oh, hey, look at that. That's 8, so that's a 7, someone points out in chat. I think it was Nicholas and Joao. Sorry, Nicholas isn't even in chat, I don't think. But Joao pointed it out. So that is, in fact, a 7. Makes that not a 7. Okay. I don't see the 4 cell sum to 29 yet. Okay, so those are an 8, 9 pair. I don't think that does anything yet. Let's see. This 2 cell sum is pretty interesting, but I don't think I can... I mean, I know things like this digit's at least 3, so this one's at most 6. And I guess this one can't be 3 because then this would be... Oh, sorry, no, this one can't be 4 because then that one would be 5. Oh, the 32 clue people are excited about because these 4 cells by the 32 clue need to sum to 29. And there's only one way to do that, which is 5, 7, 8, 9. That one's definitely not a 5. This one's definitely not a 9. So this is 1, 2, or 4. Just 4 what it's worth. That one's not a 5 either, in fact, actually. So that one is the 5, just because the diagonal needs a 5, and that's a 4. So this number is low. It's a 1, 3, or 4. It's not a 4, actually, because there's a 4 on the diagonal already. Believe it or not, I saw that. Okay. Okay, so if this is a 1, then this diagonal is forced, or sorry, this German whisper is forced to be 4, 9. Exactly. Because 4 would be the only available low digit. But these are definitely not 2 or 3. So the low digit is 1 or 4. Oh, Selena says if I check this again, it'll be okay. It's not 7 or 8. It is 9. So that makes that an 8. That makes that a 7. That makes that a 9 and an 8. It's not an 8. So it's a 3 or a 9. 9 is indeed far enough away from both 1 and 3. That's still able to be an 8 if it wants to. This 4 sees this 2, 4, by the way. So that's a 2. And that's a 4. So this isn't a 4. So the low digit on here is a 3, for what it's worth. So this digit is not 1, 2, or 3 by Sudoku, and it's not 4 by German Whispers, because that would put a 9 here. So this is the high digit. So this is a 9, in fact. In fact, it might just be a naked 9, even. This is a low digit, and it's not 2 or 3. So it's 1 or 4, as previously noted. Okay. This 9 sees this digit, which is a 3, which makes this 8 or 9. That 4 actually sees that digit's a 1 and that digit's a 3. Good job, chat. Chat is better at scanning hexagonal Sudoku than I am. Let's see, there might not be that many options for what this can be. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is only 6 or 8, I'm pretty sure. That 9 sees that 8, 9. Thank you, Laura. So we get that 8. Let's see. These 2 digits seem to only be able to be 4, 5, 6, I believe. Okay, so now this is a 4-9 pair because there has to be a low digit on here, and 4 is the only one available. And I can't put the 4 there because these would be both 9, so I have to put the 4 here, which makes this a naked 2. This isn't an 8 or a 9, and it can't be a 6, so this is actually only able to be a 7. Oh, there's already a 6 there, I am being informed. Let's see, 7 and 9, or sorry, 7 and 8 are gone. So if the low digit on this is a 6, it's a 1, 6. Yeah, I guess my only low digits left are 1 and 3, and my only high digits left are 6 and 9. But that's maybe not immediately exciting. So I do know these are high for what it's worth. 5, 6, 7. That one's not a 7 at the very least. Let's see. This digit is forced. Okay, so let's fill in this triple per Screaming Ice Cube. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 5, 6, 7 only, but this one's not 5 or 7, so it's a 6. Meaning these aren't 6, which then makes these two a 5, 7 pair, which means this can't be a 5, so that has to be a 4, and that's a 5. And that 5 there makes that a 7, makes that a 5. That 5 looks up there and says that's not a 5 for what it's worth. Let's see. These remaining digits I'm going to fill in 1, 2, 3, and 9 are the answers. That one's not a 9 at the very least. I don't see any other Sudokus that I get out of that immediately. Oh, these are interesting because these cells are actually from 4, 5, 6, 7, and this one is not a 4 because that would be a 9, and it's not a 5 because that would be a nothing. So this is only 6 or 7, and regardless of whether this is 6 or 7, that's always a 1. Also, we have a weird 6-7 pair here that have made this be a 5, which makes that a 6, that a 7, and that a 6. Or a 2. What's or a 2? Were you saying this could be a 2? Because it couldn't, because there was a 2 in the row already. Not a 6, not a 6. Not a 7, not a 5. Oh, people are just saying this can't be a 2. It's also not a 1 because of that new fangled 1 that we have there. Okay, that one also looks down there, so that's not a 1. One of these two is a 1, so that one's not a 1 for what it's worth, if that was your fantasy deduction. Hey, Nicholas, how are you doing? This isn't a 7 because it sees that 7, so those are a 4, 5 pair. That places that 7. So I'll write a 4 in here just for funsies. Placing that 7. Okay. So these sum to 18 for whatever that is worth. Probably not very much. This is a naked single. Let's just fill in the row while we're at it. So in the row, we've got a 4, 5... We've got a 4, 5, 6, and an 8. But this one's not 4, 5, or 6, so that one's the 8, was Garian's point. So these aren't 8 anymore. That one's not 6 either, actually. It doesn't seem to see a 4 or a 5, though. This one does see a 4, though, so that one's not 4 for sure. Let's see. I'm being told it does see a 5. Oh, it sees that 5 all the way down there. So this is a 4, which is a little bit regrettable because if it had been a 5, it would have gotten me a digit. Let's see. I almost... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. I was going to say I can't place it. I almost can't place a 7 anywhere in here, but unfortunately it is not quite the same. Fan dance for Doomdiat. I did not get a notification, but Doomdiat will get a fan dance. Boop-a-doop. Woo! Ba-boop-a-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. Thank you, Doomdiat. Welcome to the fan club. Thank you. Let's see. The high digit on this is an 8 or a 9. Should I fill in this diagonally bit? Maybe. Let's see. Here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why it's suddenly gray. 7, 8. Seems to be what is left. I think I hit a button somehow. Let me make those blue if I can. There we go. Okay. This one's not a 6 or a 7 at the very least. This is only a 1 or an 8. Row 5, there's a 5 in column 7. There we go. That 5. That's a 4. That's a 5. Let's see. This triple I can go ahead and fill in because this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 8, 9 is what is left. That one's not a 9 at the very least. Let's see. Yes. Okay. This Whispers definitely has a 9 on it, Nicholas points out, because the only high digits available are 6 and 9, but 6 doesn't work because there's a 1, 6 looking at it. So there is a 9 with either a 1 or a 3. That one's never a 1. Okay, so let's do Screaming Ice Cube's deduction. So nominally, if I write this in, these can be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. However, this one can't be 6 or 3 or 4. This one can't be 8 or 2 or 4. This one can't be 5 or 6 or 4 or 8. So in particular, that like actually tells us we know all the digits here because we don't have a 4 anywhere. And if chat tells me the one of the digits I missed, probably all of these things will get filled in. Yes, this one can't be a 5. Okay. Yes, and that places the 5. Very good. Because now this is the only cell here that can be 5. So that's a 5 and that's a 6, which makes that an 8, a 2, a 3, and a 6. So these aren't 2. That is now a 9. So that's a 1 or a 3. That makes that an 8 and that a 9. So now, if this is a 1, that's an 8. So the high digit on this is always an 8 now. Oh, also these are a 1-2 pair just by sums. So that's probably worth filling in. And I should probably also fill in this diagonal, which is missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's missing 1, 2, and 7. Okay, so this can't be a 1. Oh, no, it could. Sorry, that would be 1. That would be 2. That would be 7. Never mind. Let's see. That 2 looks up at that. 2, which makes that a 3. Makes this not a 1 and that not a 1. Okay. Okay, this column, that 9 looks down there and makes that a 2. I see Nicholas also saw that. Which makes this, let's just fill in the column, or the whatever column in quotes. This could be a 4. Can't, could be a 5, can't be 6, could be 7 or 8, but of course this one's on a whisper, so it can't be a 5. Oh, actually, there's also a 5 in the string of numbers. So only 4, 7, and 8. That one can't be a 7 either. So it's 4, 9 is one option. Or 8 and then 1, 2, or 3, I guess. Let's see, we've got a 2, 7 pair, but that doesn't see anything, I don't believe. This has now seen an 8. In fact, actually, that 8 sees that, so that's useful. So this is not 1 or 8. And that's not 1 or 8. That's only 6 or 7. And so this is 8 or 9, and it's only, in fact, 8, actually. That 1 now sees down there and makes that a 9 and that a 1. Okay, this digit's not a 1 or a 2. So if it's low, it's a 3 or a 4. Or whatever that is worth. I don't quite know what it's worth yet. These digits now, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are only 2, 3. Okay, so it is definitely low. Or sorry, this is definitely high now. Can't be a 6 or a 7, so this can only be a 9, actually. So now that can't be a 4. That's got to be an 8. This has got to be a 1, 2, or 3, but it can't be a 1. So this can only be a 2, 3. We've got a funny, like, coloring thing we could do. Okay, this digit has got to be a something. It's could be 1, I think. It's not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. This is a naked 1. Let's see. These two are the same digit, we have to remember. There's a 2 looking up the diagonal down, I have been told. I'm trying to find the diagonal with the 2. Ah, there we go. It is actually much closer than previously feared. Okay, so we get all of that. Okay. Yes, these are a 7 X-Wing. Yeah, so that's a 2-7 pair. That's a 6-7 pair. Very nice. So what that means is one of these is definitely 7. Because if neither of these was 7, Tristan's point is both of these would be 7, and you can't have 2 7s in a 27 sum. So therefore, that's a 4. And so we maybe need to think about what's going to happen here. We know there's a 4, a 5, and a 7 involved. So 4 plus 5 plus 7 is 16. So the remaining 2 digits add to 11. And so, sorry, the remaining 3 digits add to 11, right? The remaining 3 digits add to 11. So I guess that tells me there's not a 9 in here, because then I would need digits that don't exist. People are all saying that means there isn't a 6, which matches my intuition as well. because you would have to do 6, 2, 3 in order to do it. Yeah, if this were a 6, you would need to do 6, 2, 3, and you can't because you would have to put the 2 and the 3 on the German whisper. So this can't be a 6. This has to be a 7, which makes that a 2, makes that a 7 and a 6. Okay, and so now there's got to be a 1 on here, unless it's a 3. Let's see. Sorry, let's do the math again. 9, 11, 18. So these need to sum to 9. 3, 6 works. Can't do 2, 7. Could do 1, 8. So 3, 6 or 1, 8. Why can't it be 3, 6? Because 3, 6 aren't far enough apart. Is why. So yeah, so they have to be 1, 8. So that is 1 and 8. There we go. Very nice. These always sort of like bend my brain in a very enjoyable way, where like nothing is that hard, but none of it matches my intuition and understanding of the way the world works. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a minute, and we will attempt to make a puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Let us attempt to make a puzzle. I have the rules here. Let's see, I can put them up there. The basic idea here is that we're going to do a Philomeno Kropke, except that the dots are going to be interpreted in this sort of funny way that what a black dot means is not just that the numbers are in a ratio of 2 to 1, which they will be, but that in fact you can compose the shape into one. So for example, here I've sort of shown you just an idea of how wacky this is, that if we have this, then I can double this omino and get this shape. And the other option is that it's a white dot one, in which case then it just means that you can obtain one from the other by adding a thing. So it could, for example, also be that. Yeah, I mean, it could end up being case checky. My hope is that I can use the negative constraint to make it not case checky. So I want to say that all of the dots are given so that we can use that to hopefully constrain some of this. We'll see how it goes. No idea. We shall see how this works, but I have enjoyed playing recently with the ominoes fitting inside of other ominoes and being combined in ways that are more omino-based rather than arithmetic-based, because Philomeno is omino-based and not arithmetic-based. And so I've been trying to sort of use that rough idea to do that. Alrighty, so I think the natural place to start is to do something like that. I've seen double choco before, which is like the combine this thing to be 2 of that thing or something like that, I believe. Okay, so something like this. So definitely it should be noted the dots do imply borders between ominoes. And the reason why I put the dots this way is that it is sufficient in order to imply that at least this omino isn't of size 1, which is something I really liked about the last rule set we used, is that it intrinsically implied there were no ominoes of size 1 or 2, which is often the hardest part. But here, if this were size 1, both of these would be size 2 and they would touch, so that doesn't work. So this is at least as big as size 2. And then this is something, and this is something, and they aren't the same something unless that same something is 1. They aren't the same omino in any case. They could both be, I suppose, monominos in theory. At this particular moment, they could both be monominos. So I know the orange. So as long as I'm willing to sort of exploit the negative constraint, then by which what I really mean is I think there's going to be a negative constraint in the real puzzle. So if I'm willing to assume I've given all relevant clues at this point, I know red can't grow here, because if red grows here, it immediately would need a black dot there, because there is a black dot here. So we can, oops, sorry, edge is the tool I want. So we can sort of border both of those like that. Now, red also can't grow here, right? I have done that before sometimes, Selena. I'm not yet I'm not yet convinced enough that this is exactly what I want, because I haven't actually played with this at all until this particular moment. Aside from deciding in my head that I would have to be a little bit careful about how to even force something to not be a 1. Uh uh I don't think red can grow that way, though, right? So if red can grow that way, or sorry, if red grows left, that's an instant problem because it makes yellow 1, which makes orange 2. Oh, no, sorry. That would be fine if red did something like that, right? Never mind. Red can definitely grow left. Uh, okay, so I kind of want it to be the case that these things have to grow, but as soon as they have to grow, they're going to end up being pretty big, is my intuition for this. So, uh, what would break these things being monominos with a domino, I guess, is the question. Because I would like to force yellow to grow. What is the natural way to force yellow to grow? I could swap the white dot and the black dot. I could swipe the white dot and the black dot. That will at least make life a little bit better. Because that at least does make it the case that red can't grow, right? Or red can't grow left, because if red grows left now, now orange is 2. Oh no, red could still be 3. Darn it, no, that doesn't quite fix it. Red could still be 3. Red would end up being like one of these two shapes if that were the case. Hmm. I was thinking that possibility. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try what Martin is suggesting, which is to put a dot here of some description. So if I put a dot here, it definitely means that these can't both be monominos, because then this would also be a monomino, because there's an edge here. So that does make this immediately 1 or 2 in size. Which makes this only 2 or 4. Which makes this well, it can't be 1, because if this were 1, that would have to be 2, because of this thing having to be something, right? So this, right, I said that right. If this is 1, then what's this? And the answer is nothing works, because it can't be 1 and it can't be 2. So this is 3 or 5, actually. Which is kind of interesting already. So it already does sort of poke the red down here. So there is a 1, 2, 3 solution that works, that just has this being the 3. Oh, no, it doesn't, because that this cell can't be part of red, because red touches that cell, right? Red can't grow into either of these, because it would have to grow into both, right? The sort of the negative constraint here is powerful. If red grows into one of these, then we know it has a white dot relationship with this, which means there should be a dot there. So that indeed the negative constraint sorts out that red can't take that cell or that cell. And so now this cell has to be yellow. And so now, oops, sorry, I did that in the wrong mode. As I am wont to do. One moment while I undo all of the things that I did in the wrong mode. Red grows, and then red can't take this cell using that there isn't a thing there. So then this becomes yellow. This still definitely isn't red, because that would imply that red had a relationship with yellow, which it doesn't. And so then we can fill in that yellow is 2. Oops, sorry, 2, which means that orange is 4, and red must be 5, because otherwise it would have a dot with 2. Because note, I can obtain any omino from any triomino from a domino in order to make that work. So this is a 5. And now this is a white dot with 2. So this is a 1 or a 3. Okay. 1 or 3 only. One doesn't have a dot with 5, right? I can't obtain a 5 omino by adding a single thing to a 1, I don't believe. Okay, so the 4 grows. We know that much. Oops, number 4. And this is some other thing that I don't really know anything about as of yet. Let's see. Could put a dot here of some description. Just to give some sense, or just to give some so maybe a dot below the 5 is most interesting, actually. Because a dot below the 5 means I still have to find a way to shove this 3 in a row from orange in it. So I think dot below the 5. It's funny, I did, when I was brainstorming thinking about this, notice that you can't make a T tetromino with a 2. So you can actually have a 2 next to a 4 with no clue, as long as you don't have a T tetromino, is the only shape that you can't make. But we didn't really get to use that deduction here. So we get to choose white dot or black dot here, because a black dot would force this to be a 10 omino. I kind of want to try making this a white dot, making this a 6, and making this a 3, and making it turn out that the 6 is made up of 2 of the 3s. So I'm going to try white dot, but I'm of course open to changing it. Edge there. Okay, so that forces the red there. And again, this can't grow there, this can't grow there. So this red again grows here. Now, I know this red doesn't grow up for lots of reasons, actually. Oh, and I know the orange doesn't grow down for the same reasons, right? The orange omino and the red omino touch. So, in fact, actually, that forces the orange omino over here by the negative constraint. And then we actually know that this 4 omino looks like this. And now the only possible shape for the red omino is for it to look like this. And so we end up with this as our 5 omino. This is a 4 or a 6, we know. Yeah. Green is 1 or quite large. So these two are always connected, right? Because if green isn't 1, then green can't be 2, can't be 3, can't be 4 or 5. So funnily enough, we have one of these instances where we know these two are connected regardless of what green does. That we often see. I'm going to, by the way, switch red and green just for Casey's sake. Yeah, and the next one, right? Because it's not like red can be 3. Yeah, so this, in fact, this line continues like that. Let's see. If I want to think about the possibility of this being a 3, if this were a 3, unless I put a dot here, I haven't decided whether I'm putting a dot here. Well, if this is a 3 and there's a dot here, then there's a dot immediately below it as well, which is a little bit of a shame. So if this is a 3, it's that shape 3. Which would quite constrain the 4, actually. Yeah, you'd end up with an S or a 6. This is kind of interesting. Now I could put a dot here. I like Doomdiot's direction as well. I was thinking about if I put a dot here, it forces this to be a 1, and then this has to grow this way, which is maybe interesting. Maybe not quite interesting. Okay, let's try this. So Doomdiot is suggesting a dot here of some description. I'll try black for the moment, but it could as well be white. Okay. And so the point is now this, again, this omino is at least size 6, and it can't take that cell. And so therefore it has to take at least that cell. And it can't take that cell either because of, again, the negative constraint there. And so this thing here now also can't take that cell because, again, whatever this is, we have this issue. Okay, and this can't quite even get away. This can't get away without taking one more cell at least, because if it doesn't take one more cell down at least, then it's either this 5 or this 6, but this 6 contains this 5, so there would be white dots all over the place. So this definitely comes down at least one more. Which is amusing. let's see. I was contemplating if I wanted to like cut this off somehow like that. Okay, this thing is still pretty big. This is a minimum of 3 now. And it can only be 3 if this is actually 6. Yeah, if the gray line doesn't end up even size, yellow is going to be huge. That is very true. But yellow is already a minimum size of 3. Could be 6 if it's that 6. Gray line can be 6 if it's this 6. Because this 6 is not white dotted to the 5. So gray line can be 6, but only in a few ways. But that 6 can't be divided into 2 of the same 3. You're right. Yeah, is there even a 6? Maybe there isn't a 6 this could be, because this could be like it can't be that 6, per Nicholas's point, and this 6 also can't be divided into 2 of the same 3. So I think it is true. I think actually yellow, I think, can't possibly be 3. I think it has to be even bigger than 3. Which is very interesting. So yeah, so this yellow is pretty big, although of course yellow could still be the big one. We don't know. Let's see. Yeah, the gray has lots of sort of interesting potentials. Debating like a black dot somewhere with this 5. Yeah, any ominoes that branch, yeah, get immediately interesting. Was thinking of a black dot here. Could also be interesting. So it'd either be just this domino, or would be an octomino made up of 2 of these, which is kind of interesting already. Like, could be like, I guess it couldn't be that octomino. I guess it would have to be either this octomino or that octomino. See, I'm trying to decide what can I do to sort of like resolve anything about this or resolve anything about this. Oh yeah, AFK is suggesting put a black dot here, and then someone's inclined to think, oh, I understand what's happening. This is going to be a 3-6, except it can't be a 3-6 for multiple reasons. I wish it could only not be a 3-6 for geometry reasons, or for sort of complicated geometry reasons, rather than only for simple geometry reasons. That's my only complaint about that. I could go black dot, actually. Like that. And so, this being a 3 doesn't work, but it's not as easy to see that it's not. The simple reason was if I only put a black dot there and not there, then the 3 and the 6 were going to touch and there would be a negative constraint. Whereas the reason I wanted was to say that you can't have two of these triominoes put together to be the size of a 6 that's one more than this. Because this can't be made. There's nowhere. Oh, that's not true. That's not even true. There is a way. If that is true, there is if I put the one extra there. So if I shape it like that or shape it like a T, there's a couple shapes, actually, where this could be a 3 and a 6 put together. These are definitely together, though, because these are, again, 2, 8, 3, or 12, I guess, are like the options. But in any case, these two cells are definitely part of the same amino. Yeah, we both saw the same wrong thing. Yeah, that happens a lot. Our brains sometimes seem to run in parallel. So this certainly can't be a 2, right? There's no universe where this is a 2, because if this was a 2, it would be next to a 1, and there would need to be a dot. So this is not a 2. It's at least a 3. But it could be that 3 or this 3 or whatever. And of course, this can still be like an 8 or a 12 or something crazy. Yeah, I think it can be an 8. Okay, now there aren't actually all that many shapes that this can be. If this is a 4, the only shapes that it can be are a straight line and the assorted kinds of L, right? Could be this straight line. Wait, this can't be a straight line at all, can it? Sorry, I think this is actually way more restricted than I think it is. Yeah, I think this is actually a little bit trickier. So the question is, can this cell really be purple? Without destroying the world. And I don't think it can. Oh, it can, but only in the world where this is a 3, right? Yeah, the gray line can't be 2. The gray line is at least 3. So yeah, if this cell is purple, then, and there's not an additional black dot here, then we know that in fact this is 3 and this is 6. Otherwise, this cell isn't purple. Is a useful sort of thing to think about in terms of how all of these things interact with each other. Okay. So there's an interesting thing here with the 4 options. So one 4 option is that this is a straight line, but that would require immediate breakage, as previously noted. The other possibility, the 4 can't be this L, because again, that would require this thing to do. So the only 4-8 possibility, that would have to be the 4. And now I need to make a shape for 8 out of 2 L's. But I can't use an L here because of this gray line here, right? So there is no 4-8 possibility, actually. The 4 can't be an S tetromino because the 4 is in a white dot relationship with this 5. So the 4 can only be a straight line or an L. So yeah, I agree that the 4 just always breaks. Let's see, how fair do I think it is to notice this? I think there's lots of very fair deductions, like that if this is purple, yeah, I think this is fair, because certainly you want to say if this is purple, then definitely purple is 6. I think that's very fair. And so then you say, okay, so if this isn't purple, what does purple look like? Purple looks exactly like this. Does that work? No. I think that's fair enough. Although maybe this is exactly the puzzle that Naverio hated at the beginning, when Naverio said this is going to be a bunch of horrible case checking. But I don't think that's too bad, and I think that plays into the how do these shapes get put together theme of the puzzle. So this is a 6, going with a 3 or a 12. Okay, now the 6 with a 3 always makes that cell purple. The 6 with a 12 has some pathological possibilities. But the 6 with a 3, I think the only way you can make a 6 with a 3 that you can also make out of this 5 is that kind of shape. I guess it would be maybe more like that kind of shape. It doesn't have to be in any particular orientation. Or T. Sorry, or T. T would work out okay as well. Although it's still the case that in that instance, this cell has to be purple. Because there wouldn't be any string. Because basically, if your 6 is made up of 2 length 3 lines, then there can't be only 2 purples in a row and then nothing else. Because that is not a property of any cells inside a thing. So in the instance that this is actually a 12, then we know we've got at least like this kind of nonsense happening. But I fear in this instance we actually, I think we probably could make a 6 and a 12 happen. But we could certainly like throw a dot in here that will break the 6-12 possibility almost immediately. Because the 12 certainly has to go way far down. And I'd rather it be the 2 3s that put together a 6 for this beginning part of the puzzle. The absolute insanity option can be reserved for after this after the opening flurry of nonsense. Uh so I could put a dot on this pair, although I think it would be forced to be a 1-2 dot, which would not be very interesting. If I put a dot down here, it would be a dot with a hypothetical 12 omino. Which is maybe not... great. Let's see at the trying to figure out what is the easiest way to break the ridiculous option. Let's see. We can certainly also add some clues that get us there by way of other things. Which is very fair. I do know this is minimum 4. AFK wants the 12 omino and the 6 omino. Uh, uh, 213 actually isn't possible because it breaks the relationship between the 3 and the 6, Matt Laffey. Because the 3 would have to be of that shape, and then you can't make the 6 have that that thing. Yeah, the missing black dot, right? Exactly. I'm a white dot here would do it if I wanted to. That might be fun. It would certainly make it so I didn't have to worry about the 612 option. Chat really likes the 612 option. Okay, if my goal was to force the 612 option, what clue would immediately force the 612 option? Or at least what clue would force it? Because it would have to come down here. The 6 would go this way. Uh, dot in row 5 somewhere. Yeah, well, the 6 could grow in row 5 or row 6, right? We'd need sort of we'd need both. And the 6 could even... Sorry, that's not 6. That's 6. Sorry. It could even go all the way down here and still work. If it were so inclined. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, so you're saying, sorry, your answer wasn't how do we force it to be 12. Your answer was how do we force it to not be 12. Uh so yeah, so uh oh, sorry, it's this. Uh yeah, the that's too many dots close to each other. I don't really want to put a dot there. Uh like the that's like giving a little, like, this is already like a pretty high density of dots, I feel like. So like a dot here is like basically telling you what the whole thing looks like before you've sort of started the puzzle a little more than I would like. Uh Hey, Sweet Blues, hope you're doing well. Uh uh let's see, where else can we place clues? Like the one that would force it that I'm the biggest fan of so far is a white dot here, but that's still putting an awful lot of dots into the grid, more so than I'd like. But a white dot in this exact spot would force this to be the 3-6 arrangement in one of the various flavors. Uh, there's also always just the option of just saying as part of the rules that the puzzle doesn't have any monominos in it. And then not worrying about the about dealing with it. Uh, so I do think it's going to be, or I do think it's kind of tricky to do that. Yeah, the it's either one or it's huge, but then this thing is huge regardless. Yeah, I agree. It's difficult to decide exactly what one wants to do with that. Uh, it's possible we can bully yellow because we do know yellow is moderately large at least. We might be able to place a dot over here or down here to sort of force yellow to take certain cells. Uh, White dot here. So we get possibly a second 6 or possibly the same 6 again. Uh, uh, yeah, that would allow for the possibility of something like that. Why would that break the 5? Uh, Shape fitting? This looks to me like the 5 fits in the 6, right? Uh, I think that's just an option. It would create a. I mean, I'm saying I don't like that it would create a shame amino, but I think it's an option. It would certainly force it to be the 12. Oh, it breaks. I think it breaks through the medium of the black dot actually, because there's no way you could fit this over here. Yeah, if we were to have the rule of no shame aminos, that would do it. Uh, Yeah, I do feel like I would like there to be some rule that makes it more natural to say, hey, this amino actually, or all aminos actually have to be at least a little bit interesting. Uh, 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 like every amino needs to touch at least one dot or something like that. Uh, yeah, the three amino busting that is a little ridiculous, but yeah, the three amino or sorry, the 12 amino it would be in that case, but in both instances, yeah, that does not work because of the weird way that all of these shapes fitting together end up interacting. Uh, uh, AFK thinks my rules aren't pathological enough, and so once a more pathological version where the black dot can be any ratio, which seems fun. Uh, I did consider that this could be yeah, that does eliminate shame aminos. That's right. Yeah, that is a good point. Because yeah, you certainly any amino can be made by copying a bunch of shame aminos and putting them together. Uh uh yeah, we do have the possibility of something like this hanging around. Uh I don't is every dom or is every amino touches at least one dot? Does that rub people the wrong way? Is that a reasonable sounding restriction? Because that would resolve stuff like this thing up here, and it would avoid difficult to discourage stuff. Like I know this isn't exact purple can't be exactly this in this instance, but it would avoid like saying like, oh, there's a 2 here that we just kind of missed. Uh let's see. So can we bully this yellow at all? Uh yeah, red would be gray. Yeah, the one fear is that then it's going to make the negative constraint at the end not work, as Ron notes. That is a fear. Uh let's see if we can do it without that, and then if we can't, then we'll sort of go on. Uh uh I'm thinking of a dot here of some color. Uh, and the reason I'm thinking of that is that remember we know yellow is minimum 4. So that certainly forces yellow to take this dot. or sorry, take this cell. Uh, this could be a black dot as well. It doesn't have to be white, but because if yellow can't come. If yellow comes up now, yellow could take this cell, but that would be all the cells yellow could take, and that doesn't work, right? Because yellow definitely can't take that cell, so yellow would have to take this cell, and that then tells us that yellow doesn't take that cell. So that's at least oh, sorry, did I do that in the right mode? I did do that in the right mode. So that at least gets us sort of like yellow has to come here, which means I think that's going to force a Shame-Amino. It's going to make something be there, and that thing's not going to be able to go over there. We're going to know this thing is at least 3. Over there. Yeah, right. Yellow has to go down. Okay, and yellow can't take that cell anymore. So now this is part of either a 1 or a 2 amino, but it can't be part of a 2 amino because it would break the 4. So this would have to be a Shame-Amino in this instance, unless I add stuff. But that's interesting in that it then actually forces gray in this direction. So now gray is yeah, again, minimum 6, I suppose. But if yellow takes row 3, column 9, this thing is going to have to be something really ridiculous. Yeah, the right. I guess the question is, can yellow be 4 presently? And I think the answer is yellow can be 4. Oh, brown is always going to grow at least 1 more anyway, right? No matter what, brown is going to grow because yellow can't be 3. We know that. Because this shape, as noted, is not a sum of 2 triaminos, or not 2 copies of the same triamino. So this brown over here needs to grow. Oh yeah, also it would dot to the 1. That's a good point. Now this yellow definitely is not a sum of 2 of these browns. So the brown has to grow still, right? There's no way in which this yellow that has that shape in it doesn't have more stuff. So we actually get that growing like that. Oh, sorry. That's not a sum of 2. That was, sorry, I was mentally making this a black dot, not a, sorry, I was making this a black dot, not a yellow dot. Yeah, yellow, I mean, I can always make that a black dot if we want. I don't think I'll change anything by making this a black dot. I guess I maybe would worry about this being able to be a 2 in that instance. Yeah, unless I add additional cells, as Garion says, if yellow comes here, then brown now is not done, so it would have to grow. Yellow growing doesn't work. And then brown would then, of necessity, run into yellow. So yeah, so I agree that cell can't be yellow. And so, as noted, yellow is more than 3, so that cell definitely is yellow. Uh, and now I think it will work if I make that a 4 and make this an 8 that looks like that, or a variety of other options. Brown can't take row 2, column 9 because brown has a white dot relationship with yellow, and so this would need to have a white dot, is why we said it couldn't take row 2, column 9. So I think there is a feasible option or 2 or 3 that works there. That specific one doesn't work for funny reasons. Let's see. The 8 touching a 4 in the top row would be okay, because you could not make this octomino out of 2 copies of this four-omino. Each point, or each touch point, needs a dot, correct? Every touch point needs a dot. So yeah, it would be pretty nice to sort of stop everything there in some coherent way, because otherwise I think this is going to get rather out of hand. Why can't... Oh, yellow can't be an L-shaped pentomino. Because then, yeah, that's great. Yeah. L can't be an... L can't... Or sorry, yellow can't be the same shape as the green, because then there would be black dots with the green. Agree. Yeah, I think the way to make that relevant is to put a dot of some description here. I'm just going to put mystery dot there. That is a very ambiguous mystery dot. I'll put the mystery dot there. If I put a dot here and I decide later whether this is going to be a black dot or a white dot, it tells me that brown is 3 or 4. If brown was 4, what would yellow be? Yellow would have to be 5. And what are the options? Well, it's certainly not a U, because I can't get that shape. It's certainly not a Z, because I can't get that shape. And it's not an L, because it would be the same as 5. So I think this dot actually forces the deduction that was desired by Josh. We'll probably need an additional dot in here somewhere in order to make that work. Oh, could yellow be a P? No, because I can't sort of fit a P in here either. I already marked that this cell couldn't be yellow for some... Oh, yeah, this cell can't be yellow because it touches gray, right? Yeah, so yeah, the yellow P doesn't work either. So I think that would force 3, 4... I agree, unless I'm willing to add another dot in here of some description, which I well might be willing to add another dot of some description in here. I'm not sure yet. Okay, that certainly makes gray an 8. That does make this a 1 for sure, right? Because there's no way this is reaching that cell. Okay. Yeah, you'd probably need a lot of dots. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, funnily, if I can leave this gray, because this will be 1 and this will be 2, and there's only one way the 1 and the 2 work. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So we've got this thing. And we know it can't take that cell in any universe. So then we've got a couple options. We could stack that on top of itself like that, or we could come that way. We can't do that because it would put a 2 next to a 4, and there would need to be black dots because of the kind of 2 that it is. So I think white dot is more subtle. I think we can do fill in that and fill in these. I guess yellow was kind of a redundant color, I suppose. Pink. Like that. And now we've got this thing, which is now a minimum of a 5. Row 4, 7 always goes outward. Right. This similarly can't be part of a 2. So if these aren't connected, this would be a 2 and that would be bad. So this always grows outward. No, because as soon as this takes that corner run, then there would need to be another white dot there. Yeah, the is the issue. And if this takes that cell, it needs to take even more cells. And so, yeah, we've got sort of the one option is again, it's that option is one of them, and the other is that option. So I suppose one way to force the option is to just put a dot here of any description. Because whatever dot this is, it tells me this doesn't come down, and it lets us directly reward the deduction that these two did this, and then I think forces this. It's a little bit of a shame that the way that these two have gotten merged is by sticking 2 of them on top of each other. I'd kind of have preferred something spicier. But I think that works at least. Yeah, whether you're assuming there's not a dot there is always sort of like, I always go with assume there's not a dot until I have a reason to put a dot in there. That's usually my personal preference for it. What if you made a 9? I'm going to start at row 5, column 7, 5, column 10. If I were a responsible setter, I would probably mark places I've used the no dot here logic. Well, the point was that the other option for this involved taking both of these cells, and because these two are part of the same omino, these two can't be part of the same omino, no matter what color dot I put here. So I think this is forced to be an actual 8 of some description or another. It can be a blue 8. Right, because of the fact that I haven't put anything there yet. Interesting. Presumably this could all be the same thing, right? Row 4, column 6. Let's go back and try that, because I was okay, let's see. Gary is suggesting row 4, column 6, and row 4, column 7. Okay, so put the dot there instead. At which point we get our monomino. Oh, we're going to end up with the same shape from that as we were before, right? But now, okay, but I see. But the point is now this relationship is with the crazy weird thing. Right, okay. Yeah, so this still ends up being this shape. Okay, I do agree that this is spicy because we've now forced this still. So that part's still, oops. Did I did do that in this mode. Oops. Ah! No. There we go. Okay. So now I kind of want to make this a black dot just for real insanity. I don't know how well it works. Because yeah, if this is a black dot, it now has to be with a 16 omino. And there are rather interesting ways to put together this this shape. This is a white dot, then it could be so the other option is if it's a white dot, then this could be a 7 that we could maybe use to disambiguate what happens with the 6. The fact that this sort of runs up here is actually very interesting in terms of how forcing it is. Actually, I don't think there can be a 16 omino without an extra yeah, without an extra dot somewhere. Probably here as well in order to actually make this work. But yeah, could be a 9 with a white dot is very possible. In fact, actually, a really natural 9 with a white dot would be that one. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Sorry, that doesn't work without an additional dot. Uh, Yeah, I think probably best make it a white dot for now. And we actually, I guess if I put another white dot there, yeah, if I make another dot here, how bad does that look? That doesn't look too bad. Oops, not there. If I put another dot here, that allows the nice possibility of that being the denomino. Which is maybe a good option to leave open. Let's see. Oops. That down there was not intended to be there. Yeah, new phantom dot, just another one. My brain almost wants to say it has to be the other shape now. Uh, uh, oh, it could still be a 7, so I have to keep in mind it could still be a 7. I still don't think there's anything I can do, though, that would work with this as a 7. I think this has to be the 9. So, yeah, if this... I mean, I just don't think there's a shape of 7 that possibly works. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I can articulate this in a way that I don't hate that the 8 does in fact have to do the 9 thing. So yeah. I'm not assuming the gray lines connect. I'm just saying if the gray lines don't connect, is there any reasonable way I could take this? And so there's no way I could delete one thing from this and have it fit this line. And so then there's a question of, can I add one thing to this and have it fit this line? And again, the answer is like, is this just depends on, is this the added cell or not? If this is the added cell, then the only way it works is if I add it up here and mirror the whole thing, at which point it's going to look like that, which does not work. Otherwise, I add a cell at the top of one of these, but in all instances, that leads to this becoming this. And now if this is going to take this, so basically the point is this and this always join, and then once those always join, there's only one way they can, which is this sort of upside down polar bear shape. I think we have fairly painlessly proven that this is what happens. So that is a 9. Some red over there. So the gray lines connecting break the negative constraint. Why would it break the negative constraint? I can't make the 9 out of 2 3s. The 9 is 3 3s, not 2 3s, so I'm safe. The 9 is 3 3s, but we don't have a clue type for that. But that is kind of interesting. Yeah, so that was all quite neat how this ended up all getting sort of stunted. It's really interesting how all the dots are sort of stacked up like this. I'm noticing a black dot here would force a 10 omino. And it would be possible to have a 10 omino that white dots this. So I'm kind of contemplating a black dot here. Let's try it. Why not? Oops. So that certainly immediately extends the 6 down there, which does have the bonus of making it so that we know that I think so. I don't know how to change that, Selena. I think that does finally force our 3s. Because of the lack of a dot there. So that now does make this an actual 3. We're not doing very well at our color coding. This is, of course, a 6. Okay, and so now the 6 is 2 straight pieces. And so if it is that straight piece, then we immediately crash the 10 into the 9, which is, I think, okay. Yeah, I think, sadly, although it's possible to make a 10 that is both black dotted with this 5 and white dotted with this 9, I don't think there's a way to put it in this space while also filling in the 6. Oh, the 6 can continue straight down. No, the 6 can't continue straight down because it's not gotten by adding 1 to the 5. Oh, could it be 2 parallel sideways L's? Like that. Unfortunately, that breaks the 6. Which is a real shame because I would like it if it could be. Because that would be a fun and silly option. But I think that breaks the 6, unfortunately. Oh, no, it could be 2 going the other way, like that. No, that doesn't work. Right, that's not sadly, that is not this plus one cell. Uh, uh, right, this is not, this breaks the 6. Well, I'm just saying if I wanted the thing to work, then how can the 6 go down and left, given that it has to be a combination of two of these shapes, Selena? I think I'm missing something, possibly. Yeah, it can go there and I just not put a white dot. But the whole idea was I liked the idea of it having a dot relationship both with the 5 and the 9. Uh, and I don't think I can do that. Yes, except for the 5 relation, right. Let's see. Yeah, the 6 has one of two possible shapes. I drew a 6 that wasn't a 6, but I think you know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with this shape. That shape is perfectly reasonable. It just doesn't have a white dot with a 9. Which was what I was trying to get a white dot with the 9 going on because I thought that would be cool. But we can do this instead, and it will still be fun. Uh, like that's distinctly a possibility for the 10. I like this being the 10 and then having a black dot. Oh, there is a way to do it with a white dot with a 9. 6B a T. Uh, like this T, I'm guessing you mean? And then rotate this 180 degrees and put it there. Yep, okay, yeah, that would work. So yeah, so making this the 6 and this the 9, which I have to sort of mentally rotate like that. It does indeed work. Okay. Yeah, exactly 180 and then do that. Okay. That does work. Uh Oh yes, I put the legs the wrong way. Sorry. The legs should go like that. Okay. Well, we have to do that cuz that's just too ridiculous. Uh it won't be a double 5, but it will have a white dot here. Uh Oh, it's not two of the 5s. Oh no. Damn it. Darn it, it broke the other way. Yeah, you're right. It's absolutely not two of the 5s. Uh uh Tragico. Uh uh Plan 2 is to do this and then have a black dot with it where it's two p pentominoes or something like that, where we like have the same shape and it gets decomposed into two different ones. Uh 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 this is also two V's. So this could be this could decompose as two V's or two P's, for what it's worth. Uh yeah, so this is definitely like can be thought of as piece of an L because it's not two L's. And so what does the L that includes this do? Uh, and so it either does that or it does that, but that way breaks the 6. So this is always all part of it, is the way to think about it, is what Emma has convinced me. Uh, no white dot, tragically. Uh, let's see. Yes, there is a somewhat natural way to now sort of extend this. Uh, Not 100% sure. We've got our pattern I always like to go back and check. Uh, and it can't look like this. Uh, the gray line is just indicating that these are all part of the same Amino Navario. And that's because this thing is two of these put together. So we knew these two cells are part of one of these things. And so the question is, which way did that go? And that way breaks the 6. So the only way it went is that. The question sort of now, where is the other one of these in this shape? Uh, Or more simply, it's because of the black dot with the 5. If that was the thing, depending on how much of this you have watched. This is a 6. So the question is, it's either that, or it is this. Okay, so what clue would break that? Because that's going to lead to a pretty unsatisfying looking 10 omino, I feel like. uh, yeah, like that's allowing for like really horrendous options like that are unpleasing. Uh, let's see. The thing I want it to be is still this. I believe. Because that leaves the most fun options, I think. Let's go full chaotic evil and put a black dot there and just go ham with the thing. Although then we'd have to keep in mind that this could be a 12. I could put a white dot here, and then maybe this can be a 5 that somehow merges and touches. No, it can never touch that because the 6 is going to keep them away from each other. Darn it. But keep in mind we use that this isn't a black dot to force this to be a 3 and not a 12. But this would definitely be a 12. Yes, I agree. Let's see. What about a dot here of some sort? Yeah, a dot here would do it. Of whatever sort. Because now if the 6 goes down, it makes a 2 next to a 3 that's missing an omino. Oh, darn it. That forces the opposite of the thing I wanted to force. Sorry, that does the not the thing I wanted. The thing I wanted to break was this one. I'm sure there is a natural way to do it. I don't know. Everyone say hi to Triss. And just like that, he's gone. Uh, I don't know if an 18 omino works anywhere. There is a rather appealing, like, combine this with a 180-degree rotation and stick it where the 4 is and get, like, a really nice, clean-looking omino. Uh, okay, so the world I want is like this. So there could be a dot here. And really feeling what AFK pointed out before, which is that we've sort of cut off access to every clue in the puzzle in a way. So we have to be a little concerned about that. Uh, it makes it a little bit tricky to fill these things in. Uh, uh, the 18 being a 4x4 with 2 pokies does seem like a fun thing. Yeah, we got to sort of try and sprinkle some clues somewhere to sort of force a little bit more. Uh, like, for example, I suppose you could put a clue here. Uh, like if we put a clue. Yeah, sorry, I'm attached to this idea, so I don't want to break that. 4x5 minus 2 is also possible. Uh, oh yeah, that is true. Uh, uh, let's see. Uh, yeah, I am enjoying the various options of what nonsense can happen with the 9. If I double the 9 somehow. Uh, uh, Oh, you're picturing this works out to be the 10, and then there's an 18 over here. Uh that misses this cell and then has a monomino over, I think it would be there. That would be super cute. The mystics could run under like this. That is an interesting option. So we can try forcing that. Because that we did figure out how to force earlier. If I put a thing here, oh, it's gonna need 4 dots. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. But we can at least sort of play around with sort of forcing this going the other way, because maybe my way of wanting it to be the one way, maybe I just need to let go of that. Because again, now if the 6 comes down, this becomes a 2, and that doesn't work. And so now that forces the 6 to finish like this. Oh, 6 is a T. Was there an option that I missed? Oh yeah, maybe the option, maybe that option still exists. I think that option does still exist. Yeah, you're right. That option still exists. Okay, well, it was a good thought while it lasted. Maybe the 6 is the T is the universe that I should experiment with. The 6 is a T universe is kind of fun. Although it is the least forcing of the options for sure. In some regards, at least. I'm going to take a quick stretch. I'll be right back. I'm just going to stretch my legs a little bit. All right, I am back. Again, contemplating the various places that clues could be added here. Like a clue here, I think, forces the 6 as a T world, I think. Let me just try that. If I put a dot of some sort here, noting that this is going to make this a 9 or an 11, to make that go there, it's going to force this to not come down. Certainly assures the 6 doesn't go this way. Which assuredly makes the 6 come down. And now the 6 definitely comes here at the very least. It is just a question of this. Yeah, so now if the 6 comes here, now there's no way to fit this in. So I think that does fix that this 6 comes over here. Like that. Giving us another monomino. Oh, sorry, sudoku. I didn't do that. No. Okay. Making that a 1. Okay, and so now we still have a few options on exactly what this is going to end up looking like. Like that is an option. That is an option. It would be really nice if this was able to be a black dot and this could be to a 5, but I don't think it can. I don't think there's a way that I can draw in a 5 that it can be decomposed into anything but 2 L's with this setup. It's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, it always, assuredly always takes those 2 cells. And yeah, I think it's forced that it is right, and it can't come over here without breaking the negative constraint either. So I think it always actually takes more than that. I think it always takes these 4 cells, right? Because if I try and I can't put the long way this way. I can't put it can't go horizontally either way, so it has to go vertically. It can't take this cell because if it does, then it needs the same color dot that is here. Now I could allow for that dot. There's no chance that this decomposes into something, is there? No, it does not. So we know this doesn't come here. Yeah, this will have to be a white dot unless this is going to be a 20, which seems unlikely. Uh, Wait, could it be 2 Ps? I really wanted it to be 2 Ps. I probably have to back up and undo this piece, right? Uh, uh, yeah, I might undo this and try and actually make this 2 Ps. Uh, Again. Uh, uh, yeah, I'd have to lose that, but I'm not too terribly attached to that. Uh, yeah, the L, if I make the L's look like this, I can decompose it into 2 Ps. Uh, yeah, black dot in column 4. Yeah, maybe we could try, or 2 Vs. Uh, if it's 2 Vs, then I can even actually white dot it with the 6, which is fun. So like, white dot here, black dot here, or something. Although not quite that. But something very close to that. Yeah, I like that idea. Uh, uh, oh, if I do this, I can make it 2 Ws. Oh, that's fun. I had not noticed that, but yes, this could definitely be 2 Ws. Uh, uh, Sadly, W doesn't also relate to the 6. Uh, okay, let's see. I think the funnest option is this with something with a V that connects to uh both the 6 uh and the 10. Uh so let's see. What cells are going to touch both the 6 and the 10? This one, I guess I could just do 2 black dots and a white dot here. Maybe that is good enough. Let's see. I don't know how ridiculous looking that is on the blank grid. It doesn't look that bad. Uh, 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 oh, let's see. Let's try that. Okay, we can try. No white dot here because you can't make this shape, or because you can't make the shape of the 10 out of the shape of the 9s. Oh yeah, this can be two T's as well. Although if it's two T's, the T's don't white dot the 6. Oh no, the T's can white dot the 6. Okay, we can do this with the T's white dotting the 6 if we make the 6 also a T. Okay, got it. Yep. No, it's fine. Yep. Although if we make the 6 a T, yeah, okay. Got it. Okay. So we want the T. There we go. Okay, so we want something like here where this is a white dot and this is a black dot, I think is what we want in order to make that reality possible. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, so does that let us actually deduce that any of this happens? Yeah, that is ultimately the problem, Nordy. I was trying to make that work, but you have to simultaneously be able to make the 10 out of 2 5s, make it one off from the 9, and have it fit into the grid all at the same time, without breaking the 6. No problem, Nordy. Welcome. I mean, you have what in my mind is the right instinct to make that to make that happen. Okay, so now it's either that the 6 is this or the 6 is this. Is the 6 being this broken? Yeah, it's the other clues. It's the intermingling of all the various pieces. I don't see why it immediately would be. If the 6 went that way. Yeah, I liked this idea a lot. I have had fun with it, although definitely it is, well, I knew the black dots especially would be kind of brain melting, but they've been even more brain melting, perhaps, than I originally anticipated. Okay. So this thing here is going to be that kind of T, basically. Funnily enough, one of the easiest ways to make this work is to just put a dot back in the place that thing. Hey Shroomy, great to see you again, and I'm glad you've gotten into it. What have you been doing since you got into it? We are trying to make this puzzle work. Because this is going to be down here in my world where this all works out exactly in the shape that I envision it. let's see, that 6 is going to be there. I'm just trying to break the 6 doing this. It feels like it shouldn't be that bad to do, but yeah, nothing wrong with solving Sudokus in all your free time. That's what free time is for, right? Whatever you can find to make it worth it. Ooh, nice. I'm not much of a programmer, but I know a lot of people enjoy sort of figuring out different ways of programming solvers. It's especially fun with all the assorted variations. Uh, 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 oh yeah, L could work as well for the this omino is a thing to keep in mind, right? The this could be 2 L's. Which would be a little bit tragic. We can try and avoid that as best as possible. Hey, Vish, how are you doing? I enjoyed looking at all of your playing with stuff from last time. 6 can't be N-shaped because of the fact that 6 needs to be makeable up of 2 of these. And 2 of these won't make, at least I assume by N-shape you mean that. I can't get this shape by 2 of those. 2, 3. Uh, uh, row 4, 5, 6 of column 2, row 6, 7, 8 of column 1. That has the problem that I can't make that by adding an omino to the 5 omino. I can make that out of 2, 3 ominoes. But the 5 omino I can't put together looking like that. I don't believe. Yeah, I still keep trying to sort of look at this and see, like, is there a different version? Maybe it's not quite these 2 cells that I put my T at. So I think there's 2 plausible ways to do it. One is this one, which is the one I don't want to work. And I don't think it does if you look hard enough, but I don't really want to look hard enough. And then the other one, which is the one that I do want, is that one. Uh, 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 but I'm trying to make sure that you don't have to do anything too horrible to rule this out. Uh, in this instance, this would be like a 3 or a 12, but there's a couple options, and then you have to sort of, I think, run through the white dot options. Unless there's something I'm missing, which is always possible. Uh, uh, row 7, column 1, and row 8, column 1. Okay, let's look at that. It's funny, we've put a dot here a bunch of times in the over the course of this, but now we have more sort of we have more going on. So if this looks like that, then now, so now we ask about this omino. And so this omino can't only go that way, so it has to go that way. 9 is not the max size in a philomeno, Shroomy. And in this case, this thing is indeed going to have size 10. And if chat has its way, there's going to be something of size 18 next to this 9 by the end of the puzzle. So we get our usual that kind of split over there. And now, again, this can't go only up. Someday, someone will make an interesting philomeno that is 10 by 10, where at the end it turns out the answer is it's 100 omino. Yeah, right. If this doesn't join it, then I end up with sort of this problem of yeah, this is either a 1 or it's at least of size 4. It's not part of the 6 though. So yeah, I guess the other way to say it is this is either is the 6 or it isn't the 6. If this isn't part of the 6, then we know it's at least 3 and definitely takes the cell. And if this is part of the 6, we know the 6 looks exactly like that. Did I do this in this mode again? I did. Oh no, I did lots of this in that mode. One moment. Let us remove that piece of line and all of these pieces of edge. Switch back over to the solution mode. Put in the edges again and the line. There we go. Okay, so now if this 6 does try to come over here, now this is a 3 or 12 that's consecutive with this shape. Is so row 7, column 2 can't go down, because if it does, then we know that there should be a gray dot here. Yeah, this is so close, Martin. I don't think it quite gets us to where we want to go. It almost does. But at least as far as I can tell, it doesn't quite. Without further chicanery. Yeah, I guess the easiest way to see it is that if you take the path we don't want, you basically force this cell to be a monomino, because it can't extend right, and this thing over here can't be of size 3, so this thing would have to in this universe yeah, the annoying thing is, this would have to be a size 3 that went down like this. So yeah, I feel like this might be one step of recursion bigger than I would like to go. But yeah, if this goes this way, then of course this omino can't grow right. It can only grow down. Well, it has to grow down, which means that this thing can't grow down at all. And so now the question is, what size is it of numbers that are consecutive with 3? And well, it can't be a 2, so it would have to be a 4, but it would be a 4 that grew up here. And now you would end up being in a consecutive relationship with that. That, I agree, that does work, but it's a little too messy, I think. Although we might be able to get there with using something like this. Yeah, let's see. Oops. Rewind. Okay. And let's rewind these pieces. Row 8, column 3. So I feel like the most promising thing is to take advantage of the fact in some way that if purple goes right, this thing has to go down to try and get some bizarre deduction out of that. Uh, but I don't quite see how. Uh, 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 I mean, does it have to grow down twice if this is a 12? Uh, I fear it may not have to grow down twice if this is a 12. Uh, uh, yeah, something really bizarre. Uh, uh, row 7, column 4. Uh, uh, I mean, I don't think it works. I just don't really want the solver to have to think about, okay, well, if this is a 12, then this is an 11 or a 13. And can I make the 11 or the 13 sort of fit here without violating the negative constraint? It sounds like something that might slightly antagonize the solver. Uh, uh, oh, could I use the small number tool? I can, I bet. Uh, uh, oh, let's see. Small. Oops, two. Uh, actually, maybe I can just put them here. Okay, that's a little distracting. It didn't break anything. Okay. And now I need to debox all of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. 9, 10. Wha-bam. Black dot at row 5 and 6 of column 10. Oh, yeah, the over there, yeah, the You're entering your silly phase. I can appreciate that. I was trying to decide like a black dot here or something just to like make it so that I need a uh I need a line between these two or something like that. Uh 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 black dot. Uh yeah, the I keep trying to figure out like can I put a dot here that will break like I could put like a dot here and a dot here, and that would break the 6 going this way version. Uh like uh like a dot here and a dot there. Uh in fact, this dot could even be lower down. Uh or actually this dot can be further over too. Uh I think. Uh oops. Ah! That's not what I wanted. And you know it. Uh ah! Uh this whole puzzle is missing a zigzag 14 growing through the grid. Yeah, that is definitely a good feature for puzzles to have. In fact, they could even be one further out. I believe, right? So now if the 6 does this, it is now impossible to oh no, I can do this now is the problem. Yeah, that becomes legitimate. Never mind. Yep, that's fine. Uh so never mind. That doesn't do a good job of addressing the problem. And that it does not address the problem. Uh yeah, so my original instinct was correct. I'd want one there. And then this dot can go further down, right? Because if I do this with a 6, so this dot can move down 1, I believe. So if I do this with a 6, now I'm forced to go 1, 2, 3, 4 down, and it crosses that. So yeah, that does work. And note, I can't do this or that because of the negative constraint. So if I put in 2 dots like this, at the very least, I don't know how forcing this is going to be, but we can try it. It does actually finally force the 6 to not do this thing. So once the 6 doesn't do that thing, it definitely comes down here. At which point, then it's got to grab those 2 cells. It has no choice. So we get to sudoku in these numbers. So this number is a 5 or 7, which means this number is huge. And now, because we have these additional ones, yeah, right. This has to be part of the 10, because if this isn't part of the 10, then we have exactly the same problem that we had with these being part of the 6, which is that there's no way to fit the 10 anymore. And so this at least is part of the 10, but then once that's part of the 10, these are part of the 10, but now there's only one thing the 10 can look like. And so we do indeed get our 10 all done. Let's see, it can be pink now. Okay, and so now this is a 5 or a... Oh, sorry, I guess I don't know what color this is. I picture it's going to be black, but maybe not. This I now know doesn't go that way. So it does go this way. It's assuredly a 5 because of the 6, because it's both consecutive with 6 and in ratio of 2 to 1 with 10. We know it doesn't go that way. I guess I can make it green. Why not? Okay, now we do have the annoying problem that it can still be an L, which we would... yeah, I mean, Vish, the whole reason we did this was to try and make this 5 into a T. We have, like, bent, like, a ridiculous amount of time trying to make this 5 a T. I guess I could do that just by putting a dot of some sort down here, right? Yeah, it can't work if it doesn't take that cell, because if it doesn't take that cell, then yeah, then it's not going to be one of the valid shapes that it's allowed to be, given the shape of the 6. Yeah, so we know it's an L or a T just from looking at the 6. And if it's an L, it's not that L, because that L violates the negative constraint. So it does always take that cell at least. And it never takes this cell, because it can't be that T, because of the negative constraint. Okay, we do have an edge over here. We have a line here. I want this to be a black dot and make this into a P pentomino is what I'm fantasizing about. At the moment. I'm now just trying to also make sure that this is a T and not an L. I could put a... well, I can only put a dot at the bottom if I'm willing to put a lot of dots, because whatever it is would then have to get out. Uh, if I put a dot on both of these cells, it means it can't be an L. Uh, because it would violate the negative constraint either way it went. Uh, I don't know what color the dots want to be, but that at least would force the thing we wanted. May also break, but it'll at least force the thing we wanted. Right. This becomes a shame omino. This is definitely the most shame ominos a Zeta puzzle has ever had. Okay, well, it's certainly not a black dot over here, I can tell you that. It's broken. Hey, Isabella, how are you doing? This would definitely be a 4, and it would be that 4. And then I'd have these 4 to figure out how to break up. And I can't do it without breaking the negative constraint. So I'd have to add an additional clue in here somewhere. I'd need. I could do it with one more dot, right? I think I could do it with one more dot. Oh no, sorry, I can't do it with one more dot because of the 6. Oh no, weird smells are never fun. Yeah, we could do like an L-shaped triomino with a black dot in both of those cells. Sorry, a white dot in both of those cells, I think would work. Yeah, I don't immediately hate that, I don't think. Got a collection of dots. Anyway, it would definitely force that 4. And that 3. So this would be 4. Oops. Uh-oh. I did this in the wrong mode again, didn't I? No, not needed under the 6, because this 6 can't be made as a sum of 2 of those. 4, 3, 1. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That collection of weird events. Apparently, I never put a 1 in here. Now, the question is, what can I do over here? And I think this thing is going to have to at least take those cells. can it be white? I don't even see how. Oh, it can be white if it's a 4. Right. It can be smaller. Uh, uh, yeah. Shape is gonna have to be white. Uh, do I want to add in a white dot here just so that we don't end up with a shamamino and a dot? Because we really don't want this to be a shamamino. That will create many more dots. Oh, I think this white dot, by the way, I think this white dot just was a stray Zeta clicking too quickly item. I think I probably do want a white dot on this side uh, just to maximize options for this. Yeah, because the shamamino creates an additional dot. So I might as well create the additional dot that is more interesting. So we know that these are part of the same amino. Uh, uh, can't be a 6 because it would break that white dot. Yeah, I'm mentally turning this around in my head, imagining what possibilities there are if this thing is a 6. Uh, and I think I am inclined to agree that I cannot possibly make this a 6, no matter how I add one to it, because I don't think I can fit it sort of in here. Uh, 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 because I just don't have this sort of triomino shape that I would need. I'm trying to think about the artsy way to prove that I can't make it a 6 omino, but I believe I can't make it a 6 omino. Uh, anyway, yeah, I do believe that this is going to have to be a T. I'm just trying to convince myself real quick that I'm really confident of that. Uh, uh, yeah, so if this doesn't take that, then that's a real problem because this also grows, and now uh this is for long before we even get anywhere. Uh, and that doesn't work because that definitely doesn't work. So these are definitely in the same thing. And now uh, uh, The 6 and 3 don't need black dots because you can't make this sixomino with 2 copies of this triomino. Is the reason. Uh, so if this takes this cell, then I would need to be in the world of some strange S. So I would need to take this cell anyway, even if I take this cell. I think is the point. I'm just triple checking that I really believe this. And now the question is, can I possibly make a super shape of this with 2 more cells? And I think the answer is no. So I think it is indeed forced to be a 4. Uh, uh, oops. Can decide what color dot this is. Now, a fun fact about this exact shape of 4 is that it can have a black dot with a 2. Or sorry, it can have a 2 next to it without being a black dot. Because you can't you do that. So yeah, so that is interesting. So if I do make this a black dot, it does force that this is an 8. Which is probably the more interesting option. Could be like that 8, perhaps. Yeah, I definitely want to try the black dot. Oh, breaks the dot by the 10. Right. This thing has to be pretty big. Yeah, we can't break the gray dot. So assuredly, given that this is an 8, it needs to go there. And if I don't allow any shenanigans at all, and I can't go there, and it just can't ever take this cell, right? Because then I couldn't fit it. Oops, edge. So this is just a domino of 2s. Yellow, why not? Okay, and now it has to take this because TH, right? If it doesn't take that, then I again can't fit the thing. So it always takes this cell. And in fact, then always takes this cell as well. Yeah, I think this is going to be black and this is going to be a P pentomino is what I think is going to happen. Okay, and so now I've got to staple another thing to it, which I can do in ways that create all manner of monominos. I'm debating if there's anything particularly cute that I can hope to have happen out of this. I don't know if there's anything particularly exciting that we can do immediately. put a white dot in row 10, column 7, 8 to force what 8 you get. Oh, 7, 8. Sorry, this is 7, 8. Yeah, I don't. This is certainly officially black now. And there's no longer anywhere near enough cells for us to worry that this is a 20, so this is definitely a 5. Just to keep track of the stuff that's happening. Yeah, if the 5 doesn't take this shape, then the 5 can't possibly be half of this, because it would be, if the 5 doesn't take this cell, then the 5 is either going to work out to be an N or a W, and you can't make this out of 2 N's or 2 W's. And so we're going to end up with a 5 there. And so we're either going to be this L or this P. I have a slight preference for the P. Or V, sorry, or V, right? It could be a V. We haven't done V yet either. I think the V actually forces everything. If this is a V. Yeah, V does get us a lot of shame ominoes. It's a bit of a shame I can't like make this a P and have it have a white dot with the 4. But what are you gonna do? How many total cells are there here? Let's see. 8, 13, 17, 20. There's 20 cells exactly left. And that includes a 4, an 8, and a 5. So 4 plus 8 plus 5 is 17. So we've got 3 cells left to play with, is the only bit that we have left. Did I not add that correctly? Oh, I added in the 4, even though it's not really the 4. Sorry, this 4 is not part of it. So sorry. Just 8 and 5, which is 13. So there's 7 cells left. Let's see. A dot here would certainly mean that the 5 didn't take this cell, because it can't be too wise. So if I just put in a dot here, this definitely can't be too wise. And so basically I just couldn't take that cell anymore, because if the 5 took that cell, it couldn't take either of these, and it can't take that one. And now the 5 has to take that cell no matter what. And now it's just a question of, are we V, which we definitely can't be because of whatever color dot this is. Well, it's certainly not it's definitely not a black dot. A black dot would force this to be a 10, and I don't have room for that. So this has got to be a white dot regardless. So therefore this is a 4 or a 6. So that can't be green. So that has to be green, which finishes, oops, I did it again. But I caught it right away that time, so that's something. So that's green, which gives us this whole business, which forces a Shame-amino. I agree. Gives us an edge here. So 4 6s go there. This breaks. What's wrong with this? Yeah, what's wrong with this? The 4 doesn't fit in the 5. Right. Horrible. Could put like 80 million black dots and do that. Yep, the dang 4 and the 5 and the it works if I do that instead. If I make a white dot here, of course. Bonus white dot. Right, because then it's going to look like this, and then it's going to need, okay, yeah, okay, this is a little much. Sorry, that was before we did the extra dots here. Between row 6 and 7. Okay, some people like between row 6 and 7. Some people like between row 7 and 8 for a white dot. Let's try let's try that. Okay. Oh. Sorry, row. Oops. Okay, that's 7 and 8. Okay, so this is now a 3 or a 5. Okay, so if I make this 8 blue, is a 3 or a 5? And it can't have that cell. Oh. I did it again. Brittany Zeta indeed. Now there's an emote for you. So yeah. So this again, this is 20 cells, which is now a 5, an 8, and a 3 or a 5. So there's a little bit of wiggle left over. This is one of them. This is not part of the 5 or the 8 or the 3 or the 5. Let's see. I do have a Discord. Yeah, you should definitely hang out in the Discord. The Discord is super friendly, and there are lots of interesting puzzly discussions there, and occasionally some math discussions. White dot in the top right. Because like this white dot, I think is not doing a lot unless I'm missing something. When you say top right, do you mean like here? Top right, or which top right do you mean? If you have a white dot in column 8, row 9, 10. Sorry, column 8, row 9, 10. I see. So Emma is proposing also have a white dot here. So this line comes over here. This is a 3 or a 5. So this is a 4 or a 6 again, which means that it's definitely not part of blue. Whatever it is, it can't come here because of the negative constraint. So it just is a 2. Got it. Sorry, so those are 2s. And this is now a 3. And it's the only 3 it can be. Because it can't touch that. Okay. Now, so now there's only 2 cells left over in here after we have the 2, the 3, the 5, and the 8. There's 2 more left over, which means that this cell, which can't be a 2, and can't be a 1, now has to be part of blue. Oh no, we're going to end up with the L pentomino. That's really sad. This has to be part of blue, or blue just doesn't connect. And now, if that's not part of blue, blue just can't do blue things. Likewise, that cell, and yeah, we end up with the L pentomino. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can avoid the L pentomino. White dot. Let's see, row 7, 8, column 10, like there. It can't be a Y pentomino because the black dot means that I can make this omino out of 2 copies of this omino. And I can't make this weird omino out of 2 Ys. I don't think. Oh, and keep the white dot in row 10, column 7, 8. I see. So you're saying take that white dot and also have this white dot. Yeah, I definitely need, if I publish this puzzle, which I'm hoping I will, I definitely need like an all caps additionally, uh, or like a clear example or something of the weirdness of this rule. Uh, we tried very, very hard to make it so there could be a white dot between this 9 and this 10, and it turned out it wasn't possible. Uh, okay, let's see. Is there. So. Uh, okay, so yeah, so this certainly doesn't involve. So yeah, so just to do an accounting, this is a 3 or a 5, this is a 5, and this is an 8. I guess, why haven't I written 8 in it? I don't know, but anyway, it's an 8. Uh, and 8 plus 5 plus 3 is 16. So I have at most 4 cells left. Except that this cell, as Vish points out, we know isn't any of them. So I actually have at most 3 more cells left. So I can't make this a 4 with a 5, because that would put me to 21 cells. So the 5 can't take that cell. And if the 5 can't take that cell, the 5 definitely has to take this cell. And now, again, the 5 certainly can't take that cell because it can't be an N, can't take that cell because it can't be a Y. And so now we get a 2 here. Oops. So a 2. Stranger things have happened, I'm sure, than me having a counting argument in one of my puzzles. This is a 1 or a 3. I'll do the math on that in a second. Okay, well, this is definitely not part of the 8. Yeah, I think the 8 is now getting quite forced, because if this is part of the 8, I'm just... Oh, right, because I added the 2. Right. Sorry, I added the 2, right, is the way to think about this. So now it's 8 plus 5 is 13, plus 2 is 15. Can't this be a 3? Oh, sorry, this has to be a 3, because I do have a cell here that's part of the nethers, right? So this needs to be a 3, is the upshot of all of this. Awesome, Streamy. Glad to have you. Right. Okay, yeah. So this in particular definitely can't be a 5. And this can't be a 3, because those two ones are going to take us there. 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4, plus 5 is 9, plus 8 is 17, plus 3 is 20, if I did my math correctly there. If I didn't, it will become clear very quickly. Why, thank you, AFK. I'm glad that you think so. So now this is certainly not part of the 8, so it has to be part of the 5, because otherwise we're wasting a cell. So that's a 5. And now this 3 can't get to this cell or this cell, so those both have to be part of the 8. And if this is part of the 8, that's definitely part of the 8. And now, right. And now, if this just can't be part of the 8, I guess is the point, because there's no way that we can do it. So that's got to be part of the 8, and now the 8 is done. And so we have our 8. We didn't, oh no, we did get a kinked 3 in here. Okay, good. So we can do that. Okay, so there is our 3. Our 8s, there's those 3s. There we go. And if I go ahead, I can write in, oh, I have to do this in large if I want it to look right. And because it's PenPy, I have to do it one cell at a time. Not there. Thank you, PenPy. There we go. I think, like, numerically, we don't have that much insanity, and that 10 is the largest omino. But in terms of the geometry, I feel like we've done lots of absolutely bonkers nonsense with how these various ominoes sort of fit together, which is, I feel, at least where I've been most interested in exploring Philomeno recently, is sort of the, like, talking about how the pieces rotate and fit together and fit into each other and all of that kind of thing, which I think this puzzle does a lot of. I'm doing a quick scan of negative constraint violations. Yeah, we do that a lot around here, Shroomy. That is something I've been doing fairly often lately with at least a lot of people seem to really enjoy it. I think a lot of people also run away when I do it, but I enjoy doing it because I really enjoy making puzzles, and I like showing people the secrets of how it is done. Yeah, I'm scanning, like, we've got some 6s next to 3s, but that's okay. It is nice that these rules at least mean you only have to check the negative constraint where it would normally apply with normal Kropke rules. Like, it's not like I have to check to make sure that the 5 and the 9 don't meet one of the things. Another version of this I was thinking about, just so you can know what kinds of things are kicking around in my brain. I was also thinking about a Renbon Philomeno where the ominoes have to, the ominoes it passes through have to have either consecutive sizes or consecutive shapes, depending, but not with the, like, oh, you get an immediate line between them, because people have tended, when I've done Renbon Philomenoes, to have the Renbon be like Sudoku interpreted, whereas I think it would be perfectly reasonable to say draw just to, I might as well draw it in because I can, draw in like a Renbon like that, I'd say is a Renbon, in that it passes through an 8, a 9, and a 10, and those are consecutive. It is spelled like that. So that would make a lot of sense, Shroomy, but it's actually, I believe it is from the Japanese word for serial number, as in numbers in order, is what I have been told, at least. Whether it's actually true, that always remains to be seen. But that's what I have been told as far as the etymology of it. It is my favorite of all of the Sudoku constraints, for sure. Yeah, I think we did it. So let's see. The usual... oh, I have one edge that was entered in the wrong mode. Yeah, I think the grid here looks cool, and I think the lots of neat stuff in terms of how this works out. I think it's probably going to be a good deal easier than than it was when we were setting it. Like, I think this is probably going to end up being 2 stars. We'll see. Maybe not. But I think we did a lot of hard stuff while we were setting it, that then I think, because of the other clues and the full negative constraint and everything, will make it a little bit easier. It's a little bit of a shame that this ended up, this ended up being two copies of this that were both the same orientation as this. But we had lots of orientation flipping in various other places, so I'm not super bummed about that. Yeah, I do agree. It's almost a shame that this 10 omino gets decomposed in 3 different ways, and there's a 4th, but we didn't use it. Like we didn't have a V next to it, but that is still. I especially like the 6 that white dots the 5 while also black dotting the 10. Like that makes me happy. Alrighty, well that's gonna be it for stream today. Huge thanks to everyone for hanging out, and for everyone for helping with this bizarre puzzle idea that I've had. I'm quite happy with the nonsense grid that we have ended up with. So I hope that when I go to test solve it, it won't turn out that I need to add an additional X or something into the grid, as seems to happen a lot lately. But we'll do that. But anyway, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, you can always do that by clicking the dollar bill down below, and that gets you the green screen name and the Zach emotes. And don't forget, new to the stream, Giant Zach. So we can look forward to the Giant Zach emote. I don't know how to make an emote to distinguish Giant Zach from regular Zach, because you can't really make the emote giant, but we'll figure it out eventually. But anyway, thank you to everyone who does that. Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you all so much. I've had a blast today, and I look forward to doing it again on Sunday. So I'll see you on Sunday's stream. But thanks for watching, everyone, and bye for now.